Three men go out to eat. The waiter hands a bill for $30, so each man pays $10. Before they leave, the waiter realized the bill was only $25, so he walks back with 5 singles. On the way, the waiter couldn't figure out how to split $5 evenly between 3 men, so he gave each man $1 and kept the other $2. This means that they each got back $1 and paid $9 apiece for a total of $27, and the waiter only kept $2. The obviously baffling riddle is, where on earth did they find such a cheap restaurant? If these sort of questions plague your mind, stick around, smash the like and subscribe buttons, and grab some popcorns. But be warned, viewers' discretion is advised. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Viewers Discretion. I'm your host, Joe Neerman, aka Good Lawgic. Back and forth with my attorney who's preparing an affidavit that he's going to be submitting on my behalf. He needs me to sign. I'll read it through with you all, but I'm actually going to do my own legal work. He's counsel for Good Lawgic LLC. I'm still acting pro se on behalf of myself, so I'm able to submit both sets of papers. Yeah, so that's it. So he basically wants me to establish my standing in my affidavit, which is where we think the court may try and just sort of avoid answering any of the legal conundrums that we're presenting by just saying, well, there's no standing for Good Lawgic or Joe Neerman to come in here and raise these claims because he's not really a member of the media. He's not really directly harmed. Everyone else is harmed the exact same way he is. He has no unique harm. Yeah. So anyhow, let's see what he's got here. I already edited once. You don't see anything. I'll share with you what I got here. I'll share with you what he wrote and I edited. And he now sent back to me. Just wait before I share that. All right. Share. Boom. Okay. Now you all see it. No, you don't see it. All right, at the stage. That's got to be bigger if you're going to see it. That's going to be bigger. All right. Joseph Neerman, full age. I'm the owner of Good Lawgic LLC, a New Jersey limited liability company, one of the petitioners herein. I'm fully familiar with the facts set forth here and below. I make this affidavit in support of Good Lawgic LLC's application for preliminary injunction against continued enforcement by respondent, Honorable Juan M. Mershon, AJSC, from enforcing his orders of March 26, 2024 and April 1, 2024. He left it in as respondent, Honorable Juan M. Mershon. I had some sort of question just as far as technically, like whether or not I referred to him as Juan M. Mershon. The reason I did that was not meant to imply any disrespect to Judge Mershon. It's simply that I'd never seen the caption title be incorporated therein. It felt weird not referring to him as Judge Mershon, but I double checked, and in New York Times versus Rothwax, which is the case that I'm relying on, they don't refer to him as Honorable, whatever his first name is, Nathan Rothwax, whatever it is, but they just refer to him by his first and last name. And as I thought more about it, I was like, every caption I've ever seen, I don't remember ever seeing a title in there. You don't see doctor, you don't see rabbi, you don't see reverend, you don't see any of these titles. So perhaps title is inappropriate in a caption. So I left it out. But then I saw he, him, when he responded to me, changed my caption, which that's weird thing to do in general. Because normally you would just duplicate whatever's in the caption. I've never thought about changing someone else's caption. But that's what he did. And he referred to him as Honorable Juan M. Roshan AJSC. And I'm like, I don't know that I buy that. So now, when my lawyer, Ron Baruti, put it in there, he mirrored what him wrote with the new caption. I'm like, and I left a comment on it earlier saying, I don't know that that's right. It just does. I don't think that's right. So we took it back out. Anyhow, but then over here, he's referring to him that way again. I can leave it here. That's fine. All right. Who I am. I don't like the period there. Let's say the period out. I'm a duly licensed attorney at the state of New York and practiced law for about 25 years. My background primarily is commercial litigation. In around 2021, I began podcasting on the YouTube channel called Good Lawgic. That needs a little thing there. On or about September 6th, I should really be tracking my changes. So he sees what I'm doing. Review, track changes. A little late to be tracking them, but okay. On or about September 6, 2022, I formed Good Lawgic LLC, New Jersey Limited Liability Company, and began operating my podcast to benefit that corporate that entity. The focus is supposed to be 2 spaces in here, right? Yeah. The focus of my podcast is law and legal cases and can be found on the YouTube and normal social media platforms. As of today, I have 96,500 subscribers. Can't believe I don't have 100,000. I don't know what the hell is happening. You suck, YouTube. I can't stand you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Sorry. I normally have over 11,000 followers. I do a podcast 5 or 6 days a week and routinely have over 10,000 views per episode. I got routinely twice. I wrote that. That was my fault. Various podcasts that have over 1 million views. During the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse, I joined the Cato Law Channel with a panel of attorneys, and we provide daily coverage that regularly received over 1 million views. The opportunity to live watch trials with real-time commentary provided by litigation experts created a new and exciting genre which instantly exploded on social media. This was the birth of a genre probably referred to as LawTube. When the Rittenhouse verdict was read, we had 130,000 people live watching that event with us. Our live coverage dwarfed the views received by CBS, CNN, Law and Crime, or any other legacy media outlets' live coverage in the world. During the Depp v. Heard trial, I regularly appeared on a channel called Legal Bites. Her trial watch episodes, should have a little dash in there, 2 regularly received in excess of 1 million views. Additionally, I've appeared on multiple other popular legal-themed social media channels, including Emily D. Baker, Viva Fry, Richard Hogue, Welcome to Bailey, Law and Lumber, and countless other popular legal podcasts. I should have probably thrown in civil in there, but I don't want more changes. I'm trying to avoid changes. I'm also a member of the City of New York Press. Card number 2797, attached here too is Exhibit A. It's a true copy of my press badge, which remains active. Good Lawgic continues to cover legal issues and trials. Criminal trial, President Trump is of international interest and thus of interest to Good Lawgic and me. Never before in the more than 245-year history of the United States of America has a former sitting president of the United States been tried as criminal in a state court. It should be capital. Or for that matter, in any court. I'm harmed. I don't like this. I don't like this period. I don't like it. Since the trial is in a jurisdiction in which I'm licensed to practice law, I don't like this so here. It should be N. In trials local, Good Lawgic is particularly interested in covering this trial. My close proximity to the courthouse would give me the likelihood of having access to key players in the trial, including President Trump. My listeners expect me to provide them with a fresh perspective on legal matters. Don't you? Don't you? Don't you? And as a matter of the press, I have a First Amendment right to access President Trump for comment on matters. Recently, as a result of... Why does this look smaller to me? This looks smaller. Having brought this application, an individual who wished not to have his name revealed spoke with me and provided me with information about individuals associated with trial participants. Take out the comma. This information, that's true. That was part of my meeting on Friday. This information may be of interest to President Trump and for which I would like to obtain his comments. I can't give any further detail about that to you guys. Sorry about that. Further, I have other questions which I would like to answer so the public can be informed about President Trump's perspective as the trial unfolds. I sent those questions to President Trump. That's some news for you. I managed to get them to his press agent, and I got a response. Ooh, I got a response. You know what the response was? We can't answer because we're under a gag, so we can't answer. Yeah, that's right. They can't answer because they're under a gag. You know what that does? I'm harmed. I'm harmed. Direct harm to me. That gag stopped President Trump from answering my questions as a member of the media. Further, I have other questions where I'd like answers the public can be informed President Trump's perspective as trial unfolds. As a result, on Friday, May 3rd, 2024, I submitted an official request for comment by President Trump and a request for an interview concerning his thoughts on the interview information provided to me by my anonymous source. A copy of that official request for comment is attached here too as Exhibit B. Let me show you what I wrote. I can show you what I wrote. I'll show you what I wrote. You curious what I wrote? You want to know what questions? These are the questions. Let me pull this up here. Where are you? Desktop? Might be my desktop. Let's check my desktop. Probably my desktop. Desktop. This is it. I wrote to Mr. Harrison. This was my letter to him. Dear Mr. Harrison, no. I'm the founder of Good Lawgic LLC, a company that provides news as well as legal and political analysis on social media. Thank you for the opportunity to relay a couple of questions that I have for President Donald Trump regarding the ongoing New York criminal action. I have 3 questions. 3. Count them 3. Number 1, can President Trump please identify any and all specific decisions issued by Judge Juan Merchan during the trial that he believes may have been meaningfully influenced by Judge Merchan's daughter, Lauren Merchan, and her financial connections to the Democratic Party? That's the first question. Number 2, please identify any assistant district attorneys prosecuting the case against you who you believe are motivated by political bias or corrupt personal interests rather than obtaining justice. Tell us about who you think is being acting corruptly from the assistant district attorney's office. Who do you think? I want your take. Number 3, an anonymous source claims that a person closely related to or working with a trial participant besides Lauren Merchan may play a significant role in affecting the course of the prosecution and or trial. I wish to interview President Trump briefly on the subject so I can run a story on this topic. Can you arrange a brief interview for me to ask President Trump about this issue? Thank you for your anticipated response. That was my questions. Those were my questions. I ask you questions 3. I ask you questions 3. You must answer 3 questions. You want to know what the response was? I'll show you the response. The response was perfect. Response was perfect. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Where are you? What can I give you? Let's do this. Go to Gmail. that's not a good thing. Well, this is what he wrote. Please consider the below on-record response to your inquiry attributable to Stephen Chung, Trump campaign spokesman. Quote, due to the unconstitutional gag order imposed by Judge Juan Merchan on President Trump and his winning campaign. It's such a Trump answer. We cannot comment on the specifics of your inquiry. The overbroad and ill-defined gag order is blatant election interference as part of a partisan witch hunt that we have fought from the very beginning and will continue to fight. Signed, Stephen Chung, Trump campaign spokesman. You know what this means? They're not answering my questions because there's a gag order on him. What am I supposed to do? They're not answering. I'm directly harmed. This gag order is in my way. I can't get answers to questions and provide that information to you. I am being directly harmed now. That's true. I am. I'd have answers otherwise. I would have answers. And I don't now. So I apologize, but unfortunately, the unconstitutional gag order by Judge Merchan has kept me from reporting this news to you, my fine audience. So, there you go. There you go. Very shortly after making the official request for comment, President Trump and a request for an interview. My request was declined since President Trump is prohibited from commenting and being interviewed on the subject because of respondent's gag order, which is the subject of this application. A true copy of such declination of my request for comment on behalf of Good Logic and is attached here too as Exhibit C. As a result, not only are Good Logic and I harmed as members of the press on a story of local, national, and international importance, which is the very type of story that Good Logic covers for its audience, but Good Logic and I have specifically been harmed since the president was unable to comment or be interviewed regarding our newsworthy inquiry. There you go. There you go. There you go. So, thus we have standing. That is what I'm going to save this as is. Save. And now return. Let me just reply to him. Look at this. My boy. Master Phillips, 5 more Good Logic memberships. There you go. You can't help it. You can't help yourselves. Wait, I see 10. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay. Oh, that was back from when I was editing. I'm confused. I'm all confused. Let's see what I'm looking for here. I want to see who became members of the following so I can congratulate them on their good fortune. The gods of YouTube have chosen Mr. E409, Janai, CC Reagan, Alan Yee, and Caldy, all of whom names I've recognized and seen before, to become members of the following. Following is not at all a cult type of cult. It's not anything of the kind. This is that's the way Master Phillips wants to welcome you all in. He wants to welcome you all in. Remind you that the cult is not at all a cult type of cult. It's not that sort of deal. I'm not the leader of the following. I'm a follower, just like you. I'm not the leader of the following. Not some crazy blogger either. Even though my adversaries would have you believe it. I'm some crazy blogger who's sitting here like a Looney Tune, just clacking away like a keyboard warrior talking to 6 people. Apparently I'm talking to more than 6 a year. So, yeah. All right, let me get to work. Because what he did is all well and good. I'm sure there's a lot more work that he's doing out there. And well done, Ron. For that. But I got to work on my reply affidavit. My reply. Oops. That's big. Okay. What I'm working on I'm working on. Where was I? Oh, yeah, I remember what I was doing now. Okay, those of you who were with me on Thursday when I was doing this, this is when I was drafting back then. This is where we got so far. To remind ourselves where we were. And I actually came up with like a better way to frame the first 32 pages. The first 32 pages of opposition to my application that were presented by him, from the assistant district attorney, him. And that is specifically that I'm going to call upon the incident with Justice Brett Kavanaugh and the attempts and threats to his life that resulted from purportedly, one could think, likely, according to the logic being employed by Judge Merchan, courtesy of Senator Chuck Schumer. The same logic that applies in gagging Trump would apply in gagging Senator Chuck Schumer. The point being that events unfold in real time, and two things happen when events unfold. You have political leaders get up and make aggressive speeches, and then you have crazies who do crazy things. Are we going to say that A is leading to B, is causing B? Or are we going to say these things correlate in time, but to link them as one leading towards the other is a bit of a stretch? And to the extent you're going to say that the action by crazies who go after Alvin Bragg is attributable to Donald Trump's comments about Bragg or his comments about other individuals, that is no more logical than attributing the actions by some crazies dealing with Justice Kavanaugh to the comments made by Senator Chuck Schumer. That's where I plan. And I'm basically going to say neither of them are attributable. Obviously. Neither Chuck Schumer nor Donald Trump merit to be gagged just because there's a correlation in time. I think that's a really, I need to get, one of the things I want to do on that is I want to look up time-wise, his statements and the threats on Schumer. Schumer calls. I think this was about Dobbs.
Brett Kavanaugh's home yesterday. A gun, a knife, and pepper spray. These weapons and more were found on the man arrested outside Justice Brett Kavanaugh's home yesterday. He was angry about the leaked Supreme Court draft overturning Roe versus Wade. He was also angry about the shootings in Uvalde. He's been charged with attempted murder of a Supreme Court justice.
Violence against conservative justices and pro-life groups is escalating. So are heightened security measures. Heather Sells reports on a crisis that's expected to get much worse if Roe is actually overturned.
U.S. Marshals patrolled outside the home of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh on Wednesday after arresting and charging a California man with attempted murder. He allegedly said he was upset about the leaked Supreme Court opinion on abortion and the shooting in Uvalde. Since the leaked opinion, protesters have gathered regularly outside the homes of Kavanaugh and other conservative justices. On Tuesday, Homeland Security warned that the High Court's abortion case, along with immigration and the midterm elections, could trigger extremist violence. The president has condemned any
Let's link it to Schumer.
Threats, violence, or vandalism against the justices, but he has stayed silent on the hate crimes against the pro-life groups. Many remember the threat Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer made to Kavanaugh at a rally 2 years ago.
You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions.
2 years ago? 2 years ago? I thought he made them. That's not 2 years earlier. He made them in March. Remember the following. Spider Lily. Welcome aboard, Spider Lily. Dang. That's a good name. Spider Lily. You might not be familiar. I don't know if I've seen you before, Spider Lily. You might be new in these parts. It's possible you are new in these parts. If you are new in these parts, I should just call to your attention that while you just became a member of the following, and my regular weekday show is called The Following Program. This is viewer's discretion. But my weekday schedule is called The Following. It's not about programming you. It's not. There's no programming. There's zero effort, and I want to make sure that I'm going to make myself bigger here so you can all understand. Okay, there is no effort here to program you in any way, shape, or form. Repeat after me. There's no effort to program anybody through the following program. There is no effort to program anybody through the following program. No effort. No effort to program anybody through the following program. Good. Where we at? So that was on March 4th, 2022, right? That was 2022, right? Is that the date here? Can you give me a date? Can you not be useless? Give me a bloody date. I'm going to say 2022. What is with this? So useless. March 2020? 2020? 2 years earlier? That's not good. That's not good. I really wanted it closer in time. Dang it. Really wanted it closer in time. Context of Democrats threatening speech is clearly nonviolent. Clearly. All right, I need to get to work. I feel like I'm not working. All right, so what do we got here? Submit this affirmation and apply the verified answers submitted by respondent and by the assistant attorney to his petitioner's Article 78 application, specifically petitioner's application on the criminal action presently for the Supreme Court of the state of New York, and referred to as People of the State of New York versus Donald Trump, in reference therein by indictment number 7154323. A, that the court immediately overturn the decision in order dated and entered with the clerk of the court on March 26, 2024. People's motion for an order restricting the orders. B, that the court immediately overturn the decision order dated with the clerk of the court on it and entered with the clerk of the court on April 1, 2024. And the people's motion for clarification of an order. Cores, collectively, ors. I'm going to say immediately because I want to get a quick answer. I did say immediately. Let's get a quick answer from you. On about April 3rd, 2024, the court issued a decision order on the people's motion for contempt. The contempt order responding concluded, therefore, defendant is hereby warned that the court. This is the fines, the contempt orders. Okay, contempt order is evidently Trump's currently attempting to comply with the restrictions the respondent placed on his speech in the orders. On or about May 4th, May 2nd, Trump's counsel reportedly approached the bench and inquired as to whether or not Trump was legally permitted to post certain articles on his Truth Social account. Two separate reporters and classified Institute Press posting live updates on X from inside the courtroom of the New York action reported that Trump's attorneys made the inquiry after the lunch break. Class reported exchange as follows. Trump attorney Susan Nechelis hands over a stack of news articles, making perfectly fine. This is where I was at. Okay, there's several notable facts that the public can glean from the contempt order as well as report exchanges from inside the courtroom. I don't know what this song is. What is this song? What's this? What's this? There's green names everywhere. What's this? Joe's typing on the air? What's this? I can't believe my eyes. I must be dreaming. Wake up, Trump. This isn't fair. What's this? I don't know. I don't know this song. Sorry. I do love a good interruption. So that was I thought that was particularly egregious. Like, how do you tell him when in doubt, steer clear? Like, you're just basically saying, even if it's not prohibited, you should steer clear just to be sure. Like, it's kind of crazy. Should make comments 3 420 and Maniac went to house 6 720. Really? 4 years ago? I thought you went in 2022. Are you sure, Kathy? I don't think so. 'Cause they said made 2 years ago. See, these are all in 2022. 6 720. I think you're mistaken. I think you mean 6 7 2022. I think you're mistaken. Because all these articles are from June 8, 2022. I think you're mistaken. I think there was 2 years there. Remember, for over 12 months and gifted tonight is secondly supposed to be number 8 and a finally number 9. Just checking how leader. Could be. That happens a lot. I usually catch those later. Oh, you're saying I should make a new thing here? I thought about that when I was writing this. If I flesh it out more, maybe I should do it. I think you're probably right. I think that is better. I don't know why he called it Exhibit B. I think it's a mistake. It should be Exhibit 2. But he did call it Exhibit B. I should have told him to change that to 1, 2, and 3. Plaintiff is normally 1, 2, and 3. Defense is normally A, B, C. They could not respond to. One second, I need to just check that email. What was the response here? Unconstitutional gag order imposed by Judge Wilmer. A whole bunch of things that popped up here. What's been popping? Did you get confirmation from Viva while on layback law? I did not get confirmation from him. But you might have missed on Thursday, I said, I'm not sure if there's going to be oral arguments. I'm sort of very conflicted about what to do with Monday morning. When I met with my lawyer on Friday, so he said, I told him that the clerk claimed to me that there is no oral argument. And I was like, are you sure? Are you sure? Because he's like, nope, there's no oral argument. It's just on submission. Meaning you give your papers in, and they'll give you a decision when they give you a decision. It's very strange to me. It's very strange to me. And look, I understand that we're in an unusual procedural environment compared to what I usually deal with. I get that. It's definitely true. It's definitely true. The First Department certainly conducts itself differently from the way any Supreme Court I've ever appeared in front of has conducted itself in a myriad of ways. But let's remember what it is that I was asking for here. I have an Article 78 petition, which frankly is something I've never filed before. I don't know how the timetable works with that, or about appearances or making oral arguments with respect to that. But attached to that Article 78 proceeding was a TRO application, which I have filed many, many, many times. And every time you appear on the day that you file it, and then you appear again on its return date. Now, both the return date for both the Article 78 and the TRO are Monday morning at 10 a.m. So even if I wouldn't have to come in there for the Article 78 thing, the TRO should warrant oral argument. The TRO application should warrant oral argument. And I pointed this out to the clerk. I said, "Are you sure there's a TRO application that's attached? It's not just the Article 78." It's like, nope. Just submit on paper. So I told this to my lawyer, and he's like, "I don't care what the clerk tells you." And I also told him that, look, I'm not going to kid you. The clerks in that courtroom seem to really not like me, either for personal reasons or because of, it's possible, I guess, or because they don't like my application, which I think is more likely, but I don't know that that's the case. They don't like me. There's a definite air. There's a definite air of coldness in the eyes and tone in the voice. Not all of them, in varying degrees. I didn't recognize the voice of the person I spoke with. I spoke with Anthony from the clerk's office. I didn't recognize his voice. And they're free to dislike me. I don't care about that so much, other than the fact that, like, I'm not accusing the guy of intentionally misleading me. Perhaps he was mistaken. I don't know. It's very strange to me. Very, very strange. It's very strange. So I told this to Ron Baruti, and he says, "I don't care what they say. We're showing up there at 10 a.m. on Monday. We're going to be there in court. And if there's oral argument, we're going to be ready to go." So I said, "Okay, sounds good to me. Let's do it." He's like, "We'll file our papers, and if there's oral argument, we'll give oral argument." I said, "Okay, sounds good. Let's do it. We'll serve our hard copies, and we'll e-file it beforehand. We'll serve our hard copies at 10 a.m. and be ready to orally argue." So I said, "Okay, fine." So now, when it comes to live streaming it, I do know, I saw that it's televised what's happening there. I know that when I argued in front of the second department, that was televised online. You can find it online while it's happening, but they don't record it. So they'll live stream it out while it's happening, but they don't record it. So now I assume the first department does similarly, live streams it out, doesn't record it. So if I end up having an oral argument, I'd like to live stream that out. It's my audience. Everyone can watch the argument there. The argument's being presented. If, in fact, arguments ensue. I don't know if there will be oral argument. I don't know if we're going to be on the docket. They specifically told me it had to be on a Monday. Specifically, it has to be returnable on this day because that's when there's oral argument. They have an oral argument once a week. They're like, if you don't come on the 6th, you got to come back on the 13th. Or the 20th. It's got to be on a Monday at 10 a.m. Why would you be telling me that if it's not? So I have no idea. I don't know if there's going to be oral argument or not. I don't know what to do with that. I thought about just like turning it on my camera before I go and leaving it on the court feed and just presenting what comes up there. That's something about doing also. I don't know what to do with this. And that way, from the courtroom, I can sort of pop in. So I would do that like at 8 in the morning. And that way from the, I don't know if I can catch a live feed at 8 in the morning. I'll just have to refresh. It's tough. This is where it's tough to be a one-man thing. And you're offering very generously to step in as the second person. don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Text me your number. Maybe we'll see. Maybe I'll text you tomorrow and try to figure this all out. Okay. What we're hearing is the clickety clack of freedom being pecked out in elegant 11-point sans serif font. Lead on, not the leader. Well, 12-point font, but otherwise spot on. Although I think I did this 13 and a half, so I was torn about how big a font to use. But yeah. Steer clear of cinnamons. Avoid. Steer clear cinnamons. Avoid. Oh, the steer clear is cinnamons. Avoid, evade, dodge. Yeah, that's what he was saying. That's what he was telling him. If it's any better, Anthony is indeed everyone. Bella Stella hitting me. 10 Good Logic memberships. Where are you? Where am I? 10 Good Logic memberships, courtesy of the one and only Bella Stella. There is only one Bella Stella, that's for sure. Where are we? 10. Who got gifted? Let's see what we got. Harlan Remy, financial sassiness. Seize the day. Carpe diem. Aaron, Wendy, NDW, Pinella, Kiki Lee, Rocky, and Thos Alman, all gifted. You should all extend your courtesies to Bella Stella. The wonderful Bella Stella, who's such a phenomenal supporter of my work here. So God bless you, Bella Stella. Welcome to the following. The following is not at all a cult type of cult. There's no spaceships, no self-harm, no harming others, no stabbing yourself with the jabby jab, no tracksuits that are mandatory, mild farm work, no goat sacrifices, no squirrel mutilations, no dancing around bonfires while shucking off clothing to the beat of a steady tom-tom. None of that. No throwing virgins to volcanoes, no smearing blood on the walls, no sticking your head through doors and screaming, "Here's Johnny." There's really nothing very culty at all because it's not at all a cult type of cult. So there you go. Welcome aboard, all you new members, or those of you who got an extension, I guess, courtesy of phenomenal Bella Stella. Thank you. Thank you so much. Whew. I got everything. I think I'm good now. I'm good. All right, let's get to work. Attempt to unlawful orders are inhibiting Trump's free speech and directly harming the petitioners. Okay. Okay. Let's get into his arguments. Let's do it. Harris Council spends the vast majority of their energies desperately trying to portray the combination of Trump's comments and dishonorable conduct by unknown third parties as some unique new crisis affecting our judicial system in ways unprecedented. To wit, of the 37-page verified answer, the first 32 pages are dedicated toward providing examples of three forms of conduct. 1, statements made by Trump, hereinafter referred to as Trump statements. 2, shameful conduct perpetrated by third parties unknown to Trump or anybody else. And 3, reactions of various people to being referenced in Trump statements or fearful that they may be referenced in future Trump statements. Good. Okay, I'm fine with that. That's okay. That's okay. That'll work. One of the points around paragraph 77 was that an evidentiary here was not necessary. Debunking that claim with precedent case law is important. I like your thought there. I think I'm going to try and use Nebraska Association versus Stewart, Supreme Court decision. To try and debunk that claim. That's not perfectly on point. Simply stating that you must know must not be a guess. You have to know that there's a harm. I'm kind of attacking it right here and now. Because what I'm actually saying is I'm going to repeat grave. I think I do. There's context. I'm going to use that as a building block. Uniform justification to warrant appeal decades. Like I'm in court and harmoniously urge. Or was not informed justification warrant appeal decades of Supreme Court First Amendment precedents that harmoniously direct this court to recognize the respondent's orders as unconstitutional. Even if illegal. They got died there. Oh my God. Joe, it's officially my birthday, May 5th. Have a drink on me and maybe send a prayer for me whenever you can. I gotta go downstairs to get a drink. But I will. My bad, Schumer put a statement in maniac with 2 years. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's okay. We all make mistakes. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my I'll raise a glass to you. Give me a moment. Night. It's gone like it. Almost done. To you, Bella Stella. The forthcoming year be one of perfect health. And when I say health, I don't mean just physical health, but healthy relationships, you and your loved ones, entire community. Maybe a year of blessing, personal growth, community, unity. May you feel a sense of fulfillment every day. God bless you. Salute. Happy birthday and many, many more decades of long life. That was pretty tasty. That was pretty tasty. Oh my. Look at that. Another 20 from Bella Stella. What do we got here? Who I got? I gotta find it. I really should have set this up better. I got way too many tabs open. There we go. 20 new ones. What we got? Terry Ruggiero, Greg Warrener, that Thad the Man, One Punch Man, Tolkien fan, Nick Dev, Drop Barracuda, our fave, Drop Barracuda, Catherine, Cindy Wyant, Jean de Valette, Lint Free, a pear tree, and a partridge, I guess, Combat King, Lisa Faltersack, Gina, Obscure Destination Outdoors. Hey, that's a guy who's behind my coins there. Not my coins, because it's not me, but, you know, the coin. Yeah, there you go. Daisy Atnip, Riley U.S. Leafson, Erin Troyer. Oh, Riley, that's cool. Rhonda Romes, all of you gifted memberships, courtesy. I feel like I missed so many people. I must have missed a lot of people. There's 20 people, and I see here like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Daisy Adno 16. I don't know. Maybe I got them all. Anyway, you got your volume alert there coming on. All you gifted memberships into the following. Welcome to the following. The following is not all a cult type of cult. I am not the leader of the following. Say that with me. I am not the leader of the following. I hope that's crystal clear to everyone by now. It's very clear that I'm not. Very, very much not the leader of the following. God bless you. I do need to get to work. Let me do my work. Okay. don't like the way I word this. I word this poorly. We regularly see two things that seem to happen contemporaneously. No. We regularly see two. What was Dobbs called? Dobbs v. What? Dobbs v. Jackson? Why does that ring a bell? Dobbs. It is Jackson. Well, that's a typo. Yeah, I got it. I got it. It was a typo. It happens. politicians have a long history of commenting on events of the day with great fanfare. 14. We too. Thank you. I don't know how that happened, but thank you. Off to bed, baby shower for the missus and newest Grifflet tomorrow. Oh, congratulations. Should be a good day. DM my number, Joe. Message me about Monday if necessary. Thank you. Thank you very much. Cool. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much. And congratulations. It's awesome. I want to have more names. I just want to throw out like a whole host of names. Any names? Give me names. I'm looking in the chat. Give me names of people who were like received death threats. I'm looking at you, chat. I should really look over at Rumble because I've been ignoring the ghetto like all friggin' night. Ginger Ninja, it's insane to me how Norm Pattis is so flippantly willing to throw more of the 1A in the trash. He learned nothing from the AJ show trials. The judiciary has no place inside people's speech. I think he recognizes that. I think he was really talking in a hypothetical type of way. I really think he was talking in a hypothetical way. But seriously, give me names. I want names. I want names. 78 likes. I want names. Hello, J-Rock. Oh, Alex Jones is a good example. Trying to get like non-politicians. We're not gonna know Tim Pool is. Oh, yeah. Rand Paul and Scalise being shot. Nicholas Salmon, Alex Jones. Don't want to use politicians. Could use that kid. I don't know if he got death threats. Thank you. Thank you. I know. They're amazing. The 217s, likely. The numbering I never really worry about. I appreciate you guys giving me a heads up on it, but like I always go back and check the numbering. It does save me some time if I catch it earlier. Thank you both. want to do this. Go into the lack of even establishing that. That's better. That's better. This is where I'm basically saying it could be true. No one knows. We don't even have a hearing as to whether or not these events actually happened. That's what I'm rambling. You know what doesn't happen? What doesn't happen is that anyone's held liable for some speech that they made. warning you all. There's a horn. You might be dozing off. The horn is coming. It's coming. It's coming. There's a horn coming. Are you ready? It's coming. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Blame Master Phillips. Blame Master Phillips. It's all his fault. It's all his fault. Following 20 people. Now members of the following courtesy of Master Phillips. Dennis, Adam Rice, Gypsy, Bluntly, Miyito, Puerto Hano, my heart's devotion. May it sink into you. Not you, Puerto Hano. You're cool. Endless 013, Saucy 900, Marty H, Adam K, Robin Dopp. Robin, you're sitting here watching me. Robin, what are you doing? Robin, rockin' Robin. Oh my gosh. I don't know what's happening here. You're sitting here yelling at me that I'm crazy for bringing this application, and at 2:30 in the morning, you're watching me type up my reply. I don't understand. But now you've been exposed. You've been exposed, courtesy of Master Phillips. You're sitting here quietly in the audience, watching me type away deep into the night, trying to push forward an application that you think is doomed to fail. And likely is, realistically. I mean, my chances are not very high. I recognize that. It doesn't mean I'm wrong on the law. It just means that these sort of applications are tough to succeed on. Well, who knows? And Wisconsinite, all of you. Oh, wait, there's more. Hey. Denise Marks, Zero Fuchs. You know what? You guys might not know this, but this guy right here, Zero FUX, is the man. He's the genius. He's the genius behind this. He's the genius behind this right here. The genius, and I don't use that term lightly. Behind this. Boom. That's right. He created a little thing for me to go up there and slap the subscribe, which you should be subscribing. Lord knows you're here with me at 2:30 in the morning while I'm just sitting here typing. You should have to subscribe. It's time. We have this level of dedication. So, turn that off now. Because if you ain't got the message yet, I don't know what to tell you. M-Ball, Pyrometer, Jamie, who's not? Chicken, a flick, all gifted memberships, courtesy of Master Phillips. Thank you, my brother. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, I was harmed. I was deeply harmed by this unconstitutional order. Completely harmed. It's true. Old hat folks. Old hat folks. What's so highly unusual about Judge Merchand's findings is that despite the typicality of dual occurrences, i.e., an event is invariably followed significant event is invariably followed by both political vitriol and B, lunatics acting obscenely. He assumes that in this instance, A cause B, while history indicates A and B are completely unrelated to each other. This found conducting an evidentiary hearing. Perhaps a causal link could have been established. We'll never know. Look, it's baseless conclusions. This is an empty insistence for 30 plus pages. Music. Music, I'm gonna keep going. Problems I can't pump music into you. Sorry, it's for my ears only. I'm not telling you. What? Restart the stall? No. Save. Save. Okay. She talks like she walks, she bangs, she bangs. Looks like so good. Talk to me. Tell me. I feel that. Lipstick stains on my. You talk dirty to me. Talk dirty. What do I want to do? I want to find. Okay, I think I covered enough on this 30 pages. I gotta go to the. Let me get to his legal arguments. I think it's time. I think I spent enough time killing his first stupid 30 pages. I think I killed him enough. Let's get to his ridiculous legal arguments. It's time for me to get to that. Format page. What? It's 8. I'm on page 8 already? Really? 8 pages? I'm 8 pages in? That's way longer than I wanted to spend. This. Oh God. That's too much time. Let me get to the stupid arguments. Where you got? Where are you? That's it. This is what I wanted to get to next. His reliance on these other folks. music back. Dos, tres. Yes. You talk to her. Crackling rose down broad. We got a lot till there ain't no more. Working slow. You got me swinging like a guitar humming. Play now, play it now, play it now, my baby. That's English. That's English. There you go. That's a sentence right there. Make me happy. You got me sing like a guitar humming. So hang on to me, cause it keeps rolling. Play it now, play it now, play it now, my baby. Ooh, I'm in love with you. Oh. This is so racist. What the hell am I listening to? Wow. I don't know why I have this here, but I have on my MP3 Betty Hutton singing "I'm an Indian Too." This is the most racist thing in the world. Oh my god! I was like, wow, this is so racist. I think I found it because someone made a meme out of this, like where they had Elizabeth Warren in the role of Betty Hutton singing "I'm an Indian Too." And I thought it was just friggin' hilarious. So I wanted to find the song. Somehow it ended up in my MP3. But my god, this is a racist song. This is really... I don't know how it ended up in my MP3. Alright, it's time for something like this. I smell women, smell them in the air. Think... not a good one. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You may find yourself very torn. I went through that DC Circuit Court decision. It is a smorgasbord of it is so well written in twisting law beyond its recognition. It is a masterpiece in how to take one thing and then just bootstrap that into another thing and then rip another line from a different Supreme Court case to try and justify. It's astonishing. I discussed it a little bit with Kurt when I was talking to him about it, and I was saying to him, I asked him if he read the decision. He's like, oh my God, what a piece of work that is. One of the things that they try and come forward, they literally put forward the notion, because they rely on, here, let me explain to you part of what I'm banging my head about here. There's a case called Gentile versus State Bar of Nevada, which was basically dealing with restrictions on an attorney's speech. And it's very clear that what they're saying there is that there are rules of ethics, and there's also disciplinary rules. There's two different things. One of the disciplinary rules, I think it's DR 7-107. I can probably pull it up. You see instances where attorneys can be silenced. It's the ABA sanction against extrajudicial statements by attorneys. It imposes a sanction upon lawyers participating in civil litigation who make extrajudicial statements on specific topics which they reasonably could have expected to be disseminated through the media. It means if you're an attorney, you can't just go blabbing to the media. Obviously, this is a sort of a gag on attorneys. It is very evident when you read that decision that part of the logic there is attorneys willfully submit themselves to the domain of the court. They say, I want to be an attorney. I want to work in this courtroom. They say, okay, you want to do that. You have to abdicate some of your speech rights, your free speech rights. You can't just say whatever the heck you want. A lot of times you might hear me talking about different judges. And you probably may have noticed that my tone when it comes to New York judges seems to be a lot more generous than when I'm talking about other judges outside my domain, who I'm not in there, who are not part of my jurisdiction. And the reason the reason I'm going to always be more respectful to New York judges, not because I'm concerned that they're going to see it and be mad at me if I say something bad about them, but that I recognize that I submitted to this domain and attacking the legitimacy of various judges on anything other than disagreeing with their decisions, which I think that's fair game. But just attacking them in other ways is arguably a basis for me to be facing sanctions. Because we're not supposed to be attacking the legitimacy of our own court. And they look at it almost as if it's an insubordination thing, that you're an officer of the court and it's insubordination to attack them on a more personal type of level. So I show much less hesitancy about that when I'm dealing with judges who are not who are not part of the New York court system. So I'm sort of, and I feel like I'm gagged a little bit. Now, is that a gag? Yeah, but and the Supreme Court recognized that in Gentile versus State Bar of Nevada. And they said that's okay. But the reason for that is because we willfully came into that. What's shocking about the decision from the D.C. Circuit case and their decision upholding Judge Chutkin's gag on Trump is that they claim that a trial participant, like a defendant in a case, has less rights than an attorney. And when I pointed that out to Kurt, he's like, yeah, that sounds philosophically flawed. That sounds, there's no logic to justify. And they were like, obviously, a defendant has less rights than his attorneys. And you're like, why would you come to that conclusion? And they try pulling from these different cases to try and establish the veracity of that position. And the cases that they cite really don't say that at all. But they just sort of like, they'll take a sentence here or a sentence there, and they'll say trial participants and read in that that's referring to a criminal defendant. It's like, are you kidding me? So someone who's accused doesn't want to be here in this courtroom at all, and now it doesn't make any sense at all. Now, I can sit here and I can invest page after page attacking the D.C. Circuit Court. That seems like a lot of work. It seems like a lot of work. Yeah, if I was attacking the gag that's placed in D.C., that might be that I would have to do that. But over here, I'm like, look, you can't just say that their findings in that court is okay for that meets a bar in New York. Now, here's the problem that I have, and this is what Ron Baruti pointed out to me. It's like, okay, so the Court of Appeals, New York's Court of Appeals, said that our First Amendment rights here, or what's really our New York State Constitutional Article 8 freedom of speech rights, are stronger than the First Amendment rights that are listed in the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. He's like, how? What way? Okay, it's nice to say that they're stronger, but how does that manifest? Like, how does that apply? What does that do? In what way are they stronger? And the problem is the Court of Appeals never really said. They just said it's stronger. And that's a minimum threshold. And if I can't point to how New York Constitution is stronger, how am I able to say that there's a failing in this regard? It's tough. I'm on shaky footing there. Other than to say, look, if this is a higher bar, you cannot use something, but that's kind of presumptuous for me to say you can't use a finding from a federal court, which is not working with our high standard, to prove something that needs to meet our high standard. It's a logical statement to make, but it's a little bit of a presumption on my part. Which means that I have to consider whether I really want to go through ripping. I don't have time to rip through that 68 pages. That thing is it's so dense with just bizarre ways of twisting the law. Bizarre ways. I don't have time for it. I don't have time for it. It's too much to do. Too little time. Anyhow. I hope so. I hope so. I think I'm just going to leave this as that, then. It's just whether I was trying to think whether I want to go further. Who else does he cite? He cites Judge Engeron, right? Federal court presiding over defendant's federal defamation trial simply point defendant's history of attacks and assigned to use an anonymous jury and advising jurors not to disclose their identities after the trial concluded. Oh, okay. So he points to Judge Carroll. Doesn't point to Engeron? What? Oh, here it is, Judge Engeron. Was there a gag order by Judge Engeron? I think he did. Oh, it was much more limited. That's what it was. It was a much more limited gag order. It was only about his court staff. Okay. On the court's own motion, appeal dismissed without cause upon the ground that no substantial constitutional question is directly involved. Motion for stay dismissed as academic. The Court of Appeals rejected this. I'd love to get a quick order like that. That'd be amazing. Send me straight to the Supreme Court. Yeah, let's move on. Gag order issued by Judge Engeron was in a civil trial. This case is thus part of a broad consensus that defendants extraordinary and perhaps singular history. I don't think he did. I don't think he did. Music time. RPP says, I'm not praying for you, Joe. Will not so God is to prayer. It is right, think I will do it anyway. That's his law. I will not pray for you because I have no doubt. Drudge on and win. That's very cool. Thank you. I haven't even peeked in locals. I haven't even peeked in locals. Let me give locals a peek. What's going on, local folk? What's going on? We have the colloquy. Elliot gave this here. I got next. This was about Judge Trump asking whether he can post certain things. Your Honor, I just handed up a stack of newspaper articles by legal commentators and others. People like the first one is entitled Trump's New York Prosecution is Bogus Case by Bogus Prosecutors. And these articles are by a number of legal commentators, including Jonathan Turley and Andrew McCarthy. These articles are all articles which President Trump would like to post on his truth, but they all discuss this case. They discuss witnesses who have testified, discuss what the aspects of the case are. They're very critical of this case. They're important for his election campaign. They're talking about the kinds of issues that he has been raising. But he has some concerns because they do mention witnesses. They mention the prosecutors in this case by name. We think they are perfectly fine, but we think there's some ambiguity in the gag order. So we're asking for Your Honor to take a look at them so he knows that he is not violating the gag order when he posts this. Merchant says, people, where you stand. Mr. Steinglass says, Judge, first of all, we've just been handed this stack. If anything, we need to go through them. But it seems odd that they're asking the court for some sort of advanced ruling on these kind of things. I think the gag order is very specific. It So I guess my first request would be to have some time to look at it. We don't want to be in his position either. If they're talking about witnesses in this case, people that defendant is not supposed to be talking about based on the gag order. I understand and fully respect that there's a political campaign going on. Clearly you don't. Or maybe that's why you're doing this. There's also a criminal case going on in this courtroom. So, how is that relevant? That's what the order is seeking to protect. I think we need to really be careful with this situation. Court says, I appreciate what you're bringing to my attention, Ms. Neschlis. I'm not going to give advance rulings. I'm not going to be in a position of looking at posts and determining in advance whether you should or should not post these true socials part of your official campaign website. I'll only punish you after the fact. There's no ambiguity in the order. The appellate division has already weighed in on that. They did. We'll see where it goes from there. At this point, the court and the higher court have found there's nothing wrong with the gag order. The best advice you can give your client is to do without steer clear. Your Honor, I hear what you are saying. I heard what the appellate court has ruled. I think they're ruling in the abstract. I believe there is ambiguity. I'm not going to argue with you. If you have an issue, take it up in the appellate division. Take it up to the Court of Appeals. I'm not revisiting my order. I'm not going to. Ms. Neschlis says, what we're seeking clarification on when the witnesses have testified or when there is an analysis of the case and it mentions witnesses or mentions that the prosecutors made certain arguments in this case, in this court, or the prosecutors were appointed by a certain justice. These are people who are analyzing the case and talking about it being a political hit. That is what President Trump wants to be arguing at its core, and I frankly don't know whether this violates the gag order. I'm not going to give you an advance ruling on this. I think when in doubt, steer clear. That's all I can say. Oh. That is very helpful. What else you got for me? What else are you arguing for me? What else do I got to argue with you about? Okay. Natalie Taylor, this is from him, his opposition to me. No less restrictive measures that would suffice. For one, the order leaves significant avenues of advocacy entirely undisturbed. What? Let's get to his attack on my arguments. What page are you on? Page 34. Petitions are, first petition claims law does not permit any sort of balancing test weighing purported state interest of prosecuting a case against an accused versus an individual's First Amendment rights. This is incorrect. Okay. Supreme Court has made clear that while litigants not surrender their First Amendment rights to the courthouse floor, those doors may be subordinate to other interests that arise in the setting. That's pretty stupid. That balancing interest appropriate only when accused interest in a fair trial is at stake. The public has its own compelling interest in fair trials to end the judgments. This is quoting from the D.C. Circuit case. That's them. That's the D.C. Circuit and their ridiculous compelling interest. This is not my beautiful wife. Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies. I'm just a boy. I need no sympathy. Bam! Bam! This says you're wrong, he, him. It says you're wrong. No authority requires such a hearing. What about Nebraska Association versus Stewart, he, him? Eat that. Give me a good quote here now. I need a good quote. Give me a good quote. Mama! Oh. sometimes wish I'd never been born at all. I see a little silhouette of a man. Galileo. Magnifica. It's just a poor boy from a home. Bismillah, no, we will not let you go. Bismillah, we will not let you go. Bismillah, we will not let you go. We will not let you go. We will not let you go. No, 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 no. Mamma mia, let me go. Has the devil put aside for me, for me, for me. So you think you can stop me and spit in my... Oh, baby. Just gotta get out, just gotta get right out. To listen to me whine about nothing and everything all at once. Riddle talk show. Back at Bay Sparks, the subway flash some. What was that case? Petition 84. I want to see how they got that compelling need. Where's your case here? What? Damn it. This is what we waited for. This is it, boys. This is war. The president is on the lawn. Everyone's a Captain Kirk. Come on. Don't tell me you can't find it. I know it's here. What the hell? Jesus. Better song. Hey. Uh-huh. Hey. Hey. That's what I like about you. You know the tights. You don't mess. Yeah. You go whispering in my ear. Tell me all the things that I want to hear. That's true. That's what I like about you. I like about you. What I like about you. Set this here. 88 at 4th at 10:13. Why can't I find the earlier? I'm sure you mentioned it earlier. How does he not mention it earlier? Where the hell is he mentioning it? God, it's so annoying. You go whispering in my ear, tell me all the things that I want to hear. That's true. That's what I like about you. Lord. That's not good. A 10-year-old broke her wrist today. And apparently she's in pain right now. Lawgic is tending to her. What he's talking about. I don't know what he's citing here. I don't know what the heck he's talking about. What are you talking about? Look at this. What is this a joke? Look at this. He cites. Oh, he's citing two. I don't know what he's citing to. See Trump 63 of 7. It's not that one. So many cases with Trump. Can't keep track of people read Trump. No, that's the wrong one. Trying to get to this. Trying to find his stupid citation. Where did I find the DC Circuit Court decision? DC Circuit Court decision. Trump gag. Give me a decision. Where it is. Where it is. This is the 68th. This is it. Final. God, it took forever. The public has its own compelling interest in fair trials designed to end in just judgments. Wade v. Hunter and Gentile. This is where I saw that they were that they were really going off the rails. I remember looking up. I looked up Wade v. Hunter. Let me find this case. Let's hear Wade v. Hunter. Sufficiently serious threats to the criminal justice process and no less restrictive alternatives are available. See how they keep citing Nebraska Press Association all over the place here. See, Nebraska Press Association. All over. And then just completely ignore these cases. Press Association, Shepherd, Nebraska Association. You read these cases, you would never know that they would ever be twisted. Look at what these cases say. Due process requires accused to receive trial by an impartial jury free from outside influences, given the pervasiveness of modern communications and difficulty by facing prejudicial publicity from the minds of jurors. Trial courts must take strong measures to ensure the balance is never weighed against the accused. That's what we get from Nebraska Press Association. They put that, the court put that in italics. Against the accused. That's what we get from Nebraska Press Association. Somehow, this gets twisted into the people have a right to convict people. I mean, it's so incredibly backward. It's incredible. Neither prosecutors, counsel for defense, the accused witness, court, and law enforcement can come in the jurisdiction of the court to be made to frustrate its function. I mean, look at how this paragraph starts. And they use this quote over and over again. This paragraph, this very same paragraph, to basically say this is how we have a right to gag a defendant. It's so perverse. It's so perverse. God, it's aggravating. This is just, it's like you're literally lying about what the whole point of the case is. Outside influences the opposite part is the case. Also, did you correct the capital of capital? Can I on page 1? I don't remember. This is why when I read the DC Circuit Court finding, I get so aggravated. Literally, they take this sentence here. If publicity during President times for a new charge, we must remember that reversals are but palliatives. This is literally a quote from the DC Circuit Court and from Judge Merchant. They take it from this paragraph, which starts with, due process requires the accused to receive a trial by impartial jury free from outside influences, given and keep in mind the trial courts must take strong measures to ensure the balance is never weighed against the accused. It's like, it's unbelievable. It's like, did you actually read the paragraph? I think they did read it, and they're like, oh, this is a sentence that we can use and twist this to say basically, oh, we have to do this to stop the trial from going off its rails. Just it's like you're just completely ignoring context. Where's Wade v. Hunter? That's what I wanted to find. Wade v. Hunter. What is this case about? What the hell is this about? Oh, this is to tell you that double jeopardy doesn't attach if you don't finish a trial. So stupid. That's compelling interest. Is the word compelling anywhere in this? No. 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 It's a farce. This whole decision from the DC Circuit Court is a farce. Gentile doesn't say that either, by the way. Never. Never. Literally make it up here. Be right back. This is the danger in having like stupid decisions, is that people actually quote these stupid things. Public has its own compelling interest in fair trials designed to end in just judgments. Yep, it is. Yeah, I gotta get simpler. I'm getting too into the weeds. I'm getting in the weeds. That's what I gotta keep this simpler. Let's keep this simpler. 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 That's what, why is this doing that? No. Oh, it's over here. That's why. Isn't it? Okay. It's a tapestry of chaos. That's what's happening here. Someone's on page 1, New York County. I didn't count. To capitalize New York County. Did that right? Okay. Okay. That's what I don't like. I'm vacillating here between talking about the order and the lack of an evidentiary hearing. And it's really, I'm getting dragged down here because the kind of weird way he attacked me. He attacked my arguments. Can't play into his framing. Never play into their framing. Supreme Court has made clear that litigants do not surrender first amendment. Oh, okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. This is where we go. All right, here we go. Do this better. 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 This is crap. Get rid of that. This is 34. Seattle Times Company versus Reinhardt. Wait a second. The lawyer won here? What? Oh. Let's go through this case all over again. Connor says here. Excuse me. This is fine. Wait, is it O'Connor with an E or an O? What is it? Is it an E or an O? E or an O? It's an O. Should keep the first part here too. Good. Good. Can't get in there. Ah. I'm on camera. Bella, you're too kind to me. Oh, jeez. What the hell happened? Screen share's been down for 20. Oh my God. How is that possible? How is that possible? I don't understand that. What the hell happened here? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I just saw this, which was sent 20 minutes ago. God knows how long this thing was off. How long was this thing off? Oh my God, that is sad. I really was. I was really in the zone. Well, I'll go back and share with you what I wrote. It was good. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. You'll see. Okay. Yeah, I was in a really good zone. I wrote like a page and a half since I saw y'all. Oh my God. I was like really in a freaking zone. I was like, I'm not slowing down nothing. I'm not even looking at my audience. I'm so sorry. I'm going to hit the horn, so I'm warning you. It's coming. That's for you, Bella Stella. I can't go back and find those folks. I'm sorry. Go inside my head. Free exercise gets us hyphen. Don't tell me it's not. No legal argument presented. While a district attorney would like to pretend that the justification for the respondent's gag orders are settled law, there's a surprising dearth. Yeah, that's a good SAT word. Surprising dearth of Supreme Court precedent has ever found sufficient justification to issue restraint on free speech of a criminal defendant. It's real settled, my friend. In attempting to refute petitioner's claim that Judge Merchan had no legal right to engage in a balancing test, unless there were competing constitutional interests, adverse counsel cites 3 cases: Seattle Times Co. v. Reinhart, Shepard v. Maxwell, which I have to insert the site. I don't know. I can't. Last Saturday, I don't remember. It's better than last Saturday. Yeah, last Saturday when I had 7 minutes of dead air. Shepard v. Maxwell and Gentile v. State Bar of Nevada. Not one of those cases deals with a prior restraint on free speech of a criminal defendant. Seattle Times and Shepard deal with the court's rights obligations to curtail potentially intrusive media conduct that have a capacity to harm a criminal defendant. That is entirely consistent with petitioner's claim that the court engages in balancing tests exclusively when First Amendment rights conflict with the defendant's right to a fair trial. Gentile dealt with restricting free speech of an attorney. The Gentile court explicitly stated that attorneys are more subject to free speech limitations than people who are not officers of the court, as Justice O'Connor wrote in her concurrence. Quote, I agree with much of the Chief Justice's opinion. In particular, I agree that a state may regulate speech by lawyers presenting clients in pending cases more readily than they might regulate the press. Lawyers are officers of the court, and as such, may legitimately be subject to ethical precepts that keep them from engaging what otherwise might be constitutionally protected speech. Boom! Stop citing Gentile as having anything to do with this case, because it ain't got nothing. Respondent utterly failed to cite a single case in American history where a criminal defendant other than Trump was legally silenced from his free exercise of otherwise legal speech. Moreover, he failed to cite a single instance other than Trump where the balancing test was employed between competing constitutional interests. That's because there ain't none. $37. Never cite the Gentile. The Gentile court. Whew. Curiously, in attempting that's my polite way of saying he was an idiot. The issue of compelling. Honestly, this argument that I'm making right now is one that I think that like very few. I think fewer than 10% of attorneys or judges will even understand. So this is a very complex issue that I'm spelling out here. I'll try to walk you through what's going through my head. Okay. And we can see how well I managed to express it on paper. I raised two different issues. Number one is that there's a misanalysis of law. The second is there's a misapplication of law. That's if you analyze the law correctly, and I'm wrong about the whole balancing test, then you get into the whole application of that law. Okay? The first one is you can't get to a balancing test unless you have constitutional rights on both sides. Then, if you satisfy that, then you would need to go down. Now you can say I'm wrong on that and just dismiss that. But you need to have case law to show me that, because I provide all the case law. Everything I'm saying as far as reading these cases is consistent with that reading. So let's assume you find that I'm wrong on that. You don't need to have a constitutional interest on both sides. Then you start getting to the application of, is there a compelling need? Is there compelling need for this order? Is it narrowly tailored? Is it as small as possible? But he starts when he's trying to attack my first issue, as far as that you need to have a balancing. He starts talking about compelling need. That's not the point. The point is not whether you have a compelling need. It's very simple. The case law says you must have. I don't care about your stupid compelling need. You must have a constitutional right you're trying to defend. I don't care how compelling there's a state interest. Maybe it's not that complex. My objective is to try and simplify this as much as possible. The issue of existing compelling need versus non-compelling need only relates to the propriety of a speech limitation analyzing said limitation after the limitation was ordered. In other words, after the limitation was assessed, we can examine whether or not a compelling need existed. But the balancing test that advocated by the Supreme Court Bar Association can only ever be employed if there's a constitutional right that is imperiled by free speech. The issue of compelling need is irrelevant at that stage of the analysis. Boom. I think that's as simple as I can write. I can walk you to the truth. You either understand what I'm saying or you're not. Clearly this guy didn't understand it when he read my papers. And I don't even really blame him, because it's a fine distinction of looking at it at different phases. You would never know that I spend zero time in my life ever practicing constitutional law based on how I feel like I'm writing a treatise, like I'm writing a freaking treatise on First Amendment rights. I don't know. It's a good question whether this is finesse or a dense piece of work. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. The last half hour, I was ignoring everyone, including the ghetto. Hi, ghetto. Peeking in the ghetto. I think I'm good. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You know what? I want to put this up top. Put this first. I like it. I like it. Now, okay, I want to make a note to myself. Let's get rid of this because this is now crap and useless. I don't like this part for fighting about the application. Kind of like that. Okay, I'm gonna make a note to myself and then wrap out of here. Okay. Cash. See, this is what happens. You start trying to discuss humanities, then you get monetized, hoping to get a Jeep. And next thing you know, you're taking on a legal system. Seen it 100 times. I'm not going to blow the horn because I think people are sleeping. I think there's 2,600 people here, and like at least 1,800 of them are like dozing off. And I feel bad. I feel bad blowing the horn and waking them up. I'd be like, damn it, I was sleeping, Joe. Anyway, you can all hear the birds chirping outside my window here. They're telling me it's time for sleep. So, I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna get some sleep now. Make sure I'm saved. Everything is saved. I think I'm saved. All right. We're saved. The computer really wants me to update. Should I update? Just turn the computer and turn it back on. All right. Well, I am gonna sign off here. Hope you all had fun. Wasn't this great? Wasn't this like the best episode ever? Ever? This was like primo work here. All right, my friends. Across the platforms, I got 2,600 of you watching me. I know it's probably much less wherever you're watching, but I'm watching them all collated into one. So, I can get some sleep. I will see you all tomorrow. I'm probably going to be working on this in the afternoon tomorrow. And finish this up tomorrow, and I'll probably turn on my camera for that as well. So, take care of yourselves. Look out for your loved ones. Godspeed. All that other stuff. Don't eat the bugs. And, yeah. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Till then, my friends. Good night. Godspeed.